Well, hello, Ted, and hello, everybody out there in the streaming world. Thank you for tuning in to the TMI Show, the Ted Manila Information Show, on this lovely Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. So I am Manila Chan. That's Ted Rall, fresh off of Deprogram. We are down one producer, our one and only producer, Robbie. Because the controversy, Ted, can I go ahead and share with?
No, we have full permission from the victim, which is what we need.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. So let's unpack real quick why we are down one Robbie. So as it turns out, there is a Deprogram viewer on the YouTube side who was trying to get Robbie canceled at work, basically doxing him and writing a very long email to his boss to try to get him not only fired from there, but obviously fired from all the streaming shows that he works on.
To fuck up his life.
To fuck up his life. Because in that email, it was noted that he's a Nazi, he's a white supremacist, he's all, he's a nationalist, he's all these horrible right-winger things. And this is supposedly a fan of Deprogram, Ted. A lovely fan.
Someone who allegedly shares the point of view.
Likes you and John.
Yeah. So it's hard, with this kind of I kind of don't need people who, I don't need any friends like this, right? I mean, this is someone who, aside from just the practical point of view of you have thrown a major monkey wrench into the production of two shows now, this show and Deprogram. Yeah. You've also you have created stress for me, Manila, and John. You've also, and needless to say, Robbie, but you probably don't care about that. But also, you certainly aren't going to convince Robbie that suddenly he needs to, be whatever you want him to be. But also, you fucked over a good person. And I know this might break someone's brain to hear that someone whose politics you are diametrically opposed to might be a good person.
A decent human being, right?
Possible, and it is true in this case. It's often possible, and so it's really fucking uncivilized and savage. And fuck you, really fuck you, whoever you are. Fuck you.
Yeah, that's really fucked up. You're a fucked up cancel culture person. And I mean, I'm sure they might.
As far as I'm concerned, that's the same fucking thing. You're the same fucking kind of person as Austin Butner, who fucked me, and Charlie Beck, the police chief, who fucked me over in LA. Yeah. Same shit, same thing. Yeah. I don't like the way Ted Rall draws my mustache. I'm gonna go and have him fired. Maybe groom your mustache better, asshole.
So this is basically the same stuff that we're facing, and a hyper-extended version of that in today's day and age, Ted. Forget the early 2000s. This is 2025. This is people looking for anything to nitpick. And yeah, if you were supposedly a fan of either show, this is no way to help John Kiriakou or a Ted Rall or a Manila Chan. And surely, Ted, if we had employers outside of doing this, I'm sure that person would be trying to snitch on us too and say that we're saying awful things on air and that we're terrible human beings in one way or another because, I don't know. Manila Chan's a dog person. I like cats. So fuck her, that bitch.
Yeah, exactly. If cat people and dog people can get along as well as we do, anything is possible.
It's just so fucked up that this is so what happened with Robbie is surprisingly, Ted, I'm really shocked that Robbie wasn't, he was reprimanded, but he's lost his work from home privileges. Even though he's had no other.
Yeah, that basically, he's lucky not to have been shit canned. That's for sure.
Yeah. Sure. But just to be clear, Robbie's never ever had any discrepancies with like his deliverables at work and all that medical stuff. Like no issues.
No, I mean, obviously, look, the fact that they kept him despite all this is because he's really good at his job.
Yeah. And the things that Ted and I have heard him actually saying to his boss.
Yeah,
way too spicy.
Including related to this contretemps.
Way spicier than what I would be willing to publish on a premium Rumble episode, Ted. It's too spicy even for that, what I've heard Robbie say. So that really speaks volumes about who he is as an employee, right? And his deliverables.
It does.
And so what they're doing here is they have basically you've done nothing to Robbie other than rip him away from us.
And we're not going to let this work. I mean, we're going to figure out a way so that he is dox proof. Let's put it that way. And he can come back to work.
Yeah, this is doxing.
Where he belongs.
This is fucking doxing. And like
it's dox. That's exactly what it is. Of course.
They put him down in Montana at left coast lib that would ordinarily agree with much of what you would say, or even what John Kiriakou has to say, or and occasionally probably hates me because I'm kind of middle of the road, and I know it's so unsexy and unappealing, but I probably piss them off too, because sometimes I fall to the right, sometimes I fall to the left, sometimes I fall libertarian. But I just hate that this is a symptom of a sick culture that we have, Ted, that we seek to ruin people. Oh, great. I hate this about our culture, Ted, that we're at this space in society that because we don't like somebody's opinions, that we seek to destroy their lives.
Yeah.
I hate that.
You and me both.
It's a sick, toxic mentality, and it is just gonna ruin. It tears apart the fabric of this society and what this country was supposed to be. And if you think, you're like, oh, Donald Trump is a fascist and blah, blah, blah. Well, this is the pure fucking definition of fascism. singular thoughts, singular political views, singular opinion. You all in one lockstep.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think Donald Trump is the fascist or a conservative is the fascist, you called Robbie a fascist, you're the fascist. You're the fascist. True. Because by definition, fascism is a uniparty mentality and way of thinking, political view, like lockstep. You're the fascist.
Yeah.
And of course, Ted,
would be correct.
I firmly do not believe that it is a Rumble viewer, because by definition, the people that are on Rumble, like, you're there and not YouTube, because you are for free speech and you are for hearing other people's points of views that are going to be very different than yours. So it's like the nature of the people who view things on different platforms. It's very telling. And the fact that this person sent a YouTube link to Robbie's boss tells me they're a YouTube viewer and not a Rumble viewer. So hats off to our friends at Rumble for not only tolerating me or Ted or Robbie or even John Kiriakou.
Right.
So, thank you for tolerating us and understanding that there are multiple points of views. Like that's the world. And it doesn't mean that we hate each other or should hate each other. In fact, I'm just the opposite. I wish even more well to the people that think so divergent from where I think or how I think. Ted, I wish more wellness on them, because I find a lot of these people sick. I wish you more wellness. I wish you more help. Truly. So that's my tirade about us quasi losing a Robbie until we figure things out. Because Ted, we're resourceful people.
We are, and we will figure it out.
We will figure it out. So we're more or less going to be on at about 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Well, we're going to have this more. We're going to figure out a workflow, Manila, and we will be on time. Certainly tomorrow. We will have Robbie tomorrow, but we will be.
Ted won't be here. Ted's got stuff to do.
We'll be back to this tomorrow on Thursday, and I'm gonna Manila. I'm gonna figure out I'm gonna figure out how to set up the appropriate rooms and everything.
Yeah, we're gonna try to work around stuff. So please bear with us. Please bear with us in the coming few days until we figure out the workflow and how to figure this out without a Robbie. So there's that. Yeah, very
unnecessarily annoying and stupid.
Yeah. So with that, let's hit the jaws. We'll get to all the different news and weird stories, because it's what you tune in for. Cat poop.
Yeah, true.
All right, so here's the first actual news, because Ted, we always have to do some hard news. We can't stray completely into cat stories. I know that's what people are here for, and Clovis, speaking of the number one cat. That is why they're here, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it's why all of us are alive, really.
Because we're all here. We're just like, where's Clovis? And by the way, you owe us a Clovis.
It's Clovis's world, and he's why we exist.
You owe us a Clovis cam for Rumble.
I know. I think I'm worried that it's going to be too popular, though.
That is true, and we will look stupid when Clovis inevitably gets more clicks and views than us. But inevitably, it's I already know it's going to be guaranteed. But anyway, in case you missed some of this news, Ted, there was another Pete Hegseth, by the way. I'm not going to go into a full story about this, but the U.S. just struck 4 more vessels of
4.
Drug. 4.
John just told me a few minutes ago it was 3, so I guess it's happening right now.
Oh, it's one more. Add one more to that. 4.
I'd love to ask you a question, though.
One survivor.
Let's just say you and I were like friends.
Don't go boating.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's just say I
Telling you,
call
it's
you
been
up
my
and
travel advisory
you're
for the
my
past
friend in
week.
Caracas, and I'm like, hey, Manila, let's go boating. I have a speedboat. My friend Miguel, he lent
We're
me
always
his
like Mardi
speedboat.
Gras.
He says he's not using it today. Let's go. I think
Let's
you might
go
be
hang
like,
out.
you might be like, Ted, let's maybe do anything else. Anything else.
Let's stay on
Hiking,
dry land.
backpack. Yeah.
Dry land. Maybe hang out on the beach.
Maybe. But
I don't even know if I want to wade into the water.
I don't even know if I want to be scuba diving. I mean, there you are.
No.
You know, on the reef. Suddenly, hot death rains from above. Right?
No. You don't even want to be in the water. See, Ted, everybody needs to take the Manila poopy diaper story. So if that's the
By the
reason
way,
I
want to
gave up.
compliment you on your thumbnail.
Thank you.
Excellent thumbnail.
Cappuccino. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm working
as a
on my art
professional
skills.
artist, I want to tell you, I was very impressed. Yeah.
I'm working on my art skills. I'm just trying to expand.
Nice.
But speaking of the poop, the whole reason I stayed out of the Pacific Ocean after this, that gave up surfing, and I've told this story before, was that I was, like I had paddled out on my board as I was learning to surf, and a open poopy diaper floated right by my face. Right by my face. I thought it was a jellyfish, and it was a poopy diaper.
It was the jellyfish of death.
So after that, I decided I'm not going to learn to surf. I'm not going to be out in the ocean anymore. I'm just not going to do it. And fast forward, oh gosh, I was 16. So fast forward roughly 30 years. Now, with Pete Hegseth at the DOD, Ted, you cannot go boating. You cannot be out in the ocean.
No.
You thought it was just the Caribbean.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, I would go boating in the Hudson River today. I mean,
no, I don't think it's safe at all. No.
Just when you thought
Caribbean.
That's a cartoon for my cartoonist friends. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Jaws 50, right? Forget Jaws 50.
Yeah, that's right. It's like,
this is like
Hegseth, maniac. Although,
by
the way, this is a good question, right? Whose idea are we going to find out that all these Venezuelan boat assassinations were? Are we going to find out this
who originated the idea?
Yeah, or was I can't believe Donald would have come up with this idea.
No,
it doesn't seem like his kind of thing.
No.
So do you think it's like a deputy undersecretary of, naval whatever who came up with this shit?
So, I mean, had John Bolton still been there and not indicted right now, I would blame it on Bolton.
We have more breaking news when you're done with that.
Oh, no. I would blame it on Bolton, but okay, who studied under Bolton? That's what I would say, is who in Donald Trump's administration now worked under Bolton and was like an underling in the first term.
We will find that out, but we have to leave that there because we're 26 minutes after. Mostly my fault because I didn't set up the Rumble room right. But nevertheless, but also, and I kind of like I can't dawdle much past 11. But first of all, Jamaica says that Jamaica's currently getting pounded by Hurricane Melissa.
By Melissa, that bitch.
Yeah, Melissa's a bitch. Also, the Republican Party has formally requested the Department of Justice to investigate the Biden auto pen thing based on the report that came out yesterday. They want to void pardons and all executive actions that Biden's pen was used where he didn't actually know what was happening. And finally, OpenAI is no longer going to be a nonprofit. It's going to be a for-profit traditional corporation.
Oh, you think?
I mean, obviously, we always knew that was going to happen. We always knew Sam Altman was evil. But,
you're saying Sam Altman wants to make money?
Yeah, shocking.
What? Okay. So, well, there's that. Oh, speaking of big money, this is our first actual story we'll delve into, by the way. So this thing, people probably miss this, but this concerns my home state of California, where the vast majority of everyone I know still lives. And I don't know how they manage to live, Ted, because the cost of everything is, exorbitantly high.
It's a little high, yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not cheap.
And considering a car-dependent society in California, I mean,
yes,
$5, $5.50 if you're lucky for the cheap gas.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So speaking of transportation, there's a big showdown underway right now in Washington with the Department of Transportation. They're threatening to slash $160 million in federal highway funds from California over alleged improper issuance of commercial driver's licenses to non-citizens. So a couple days ago, the Transpo Secretary, Sean Duffy, of MTV fame, by the way, he was, I think, on the first or second season of not Road Rules. What's that? Where they all live together? What's that show? What was that show called, Ted? In the reality show that they all live together. They're all roommates or whatever.
An old one?
Yeah, like back at the original MTV show.
Big Brother?
Like, no, that's a CBS show. Big Brother is CBS. MTV invented this, where they all become like roommates and there's cameras in there.
Wasn't it called something like not Full House, but something like something House?
I have no idea. Bro sounds about right. But anyway, I know it became Road Rules later because it was a spin-off show. But anyway, that's where Sean Duffy actually became famous, Ted. And now he's the transportation secretary.
Is that true?
Sean,
that's very
strange.
That's
true. Yeah, look it up. He and his wife. His wife is a Fox News host now. He and his wife met on this reality show on MTV, like in the 90s. True story. But now Sean is the
disturbing and strange.
The transpo sec. Ted. Trump's whole administration comes from TV.
Inexplicably.
Ted, Trump's whole administration comes from television. Think about it. So, okay.
I'm aware.
So Sean Duffy announced this move, pointing to an audit that showed California had issued tens of thousands of commercial driver's licenses to non-citizen drivers with expired work permits. Okay, so it was an audit. He noted that in a review of 145 licenses, about 25% of them were found to be improperly issued. 25% of them. I don't know what that math is. 145, 25% of those. Duffy claimed that roughly 60,000 drivers could be at large on U.S. roads under restricted or invalid credentials. The federal crackdown follows heightened scrutiny after 3 people died when Jashanpreet Singh, a non-citizen commercial truck driver, executed an illegal U-turn in Florida, and then it turns out he held a California commercial trucker's license. In response, U.S. DOT recently announced new licensing rules restricting commercial driver's licenses for immigrants to only immigrants within 3 categories, with licenses capped at 1 year or until their visa expiration. California, however, pushed back. A DMV spokesperson argued that the state was, quote, in compliance with these regulations, and noted that California licensed commercial drivers have a crash rate significantly lower than the national average, and even Texas. I don't know why Texas in particular, but Governor Newsom.
Even Texas.
Even Texas, they're saying. So Governor Newsom's office dismissed the funding threat as politically motivated. So the implications are California risks losing authority to issue commercial licenses altogether if it fails to comply. And Ted, why would California, having all the ports where like 70% of the goods come from in America, why would California need commercial driver's licenses, Ted? Like, that's silly. Oh, that's crazy. The dispute ramps up tensions between federal immigration enforcement and state licensing practices. As you know, we've seen, ICE terrorizing people in California. Trucking industry stakeholders warn of potential driver shortages. I mean, it's not like we're not already short on commercial truckers. I mean, this will be devastating to the whole U.S. economy if California were to lose its share of commercial truckers who are immigrants. And legal battles may follow as California explores options to challenge the funding cut. So the bottom line, the federal government is using its purse strings to enforce stricter licensing controls, and California is campaigning for its own autonomy. At stake are public safety standards, funding for infrastructure, and deeper questions about who gets behind the wheel of America's big rigs. So Ted, I think you can tell where I fall on this. I think I was a proponent, having worked in the automotive industry way back in the day, in the early 2000s, when the state had first pitched the idea of giving regular driver's licenses to undocumented immigrants. I was a proponent of that because I would rather the illegal migrant have a driver's license and insurance in case they hit me, that I'm not completely fucked, and that they're not completely fucked if I hit them, right? Like, it's better if you at least pull these people out of the shadows and you know who they are, you give them and that right? Like, hey, they understand the basic road signs, whatever the fuck country you're from. They understand the road signs in California. They got a driver's license. I feel safer about that rather than having some, rando from I don't know, Nigeria buy some car, a 30-year-old car, cash money, and get behind the wheel and just not understand any of the signs and just smash and bump into everything along the way and perhaps killing people. I would rather give the illegal person a driver's license and give them the opportunity to be insured like the rest of us. So I don't bear the brunt as a Californian paying for the heightened expense of insurance and gas and everything else. Everybody should be responsible for that. So I feel the same way about the commercial licenses. And even further to that is because we have the biggest ports in California. The majority of goods that come across 70% of these United States come from California ports. If we don't have truckers there to get them, let's say 1/3 of the truckers are immigrants, and they suddenly lose their commercial license to drive. What do you think happens to the store shelves? What do you think happens? I mean, it'll make the lack of SNAP benefits starting on Saturday. That'll pale in comparison if you don't have truckers to even bring the stuff to a store for people to loot.
Manila, so I'm first of all, I'm going to be honest here and say that I need a little more time to think about this topic. But my initial reaction to it is that I'm kind of coming down. I agree with you about normal drivers, right? Non-commercial drivers. I used to think it was very strange that you'd have states that would issue driver's licenses to non-citizens, right? But then I got hit by an illegal immigrant who didn't.
You did?
It's happened several times. In fact, it happened. They're kind of terrible
in California
drivers.
Or New York?
In New York. And so,
Oh,
and it was kind of like the cops were like, well, you're fucked, right? You just have to cover.
wait, do you guys
Fortunately,
do
it
that?
wasn't.
Do you guys do
Pardon me?
licenses in California? Does New
Now
York
we do.
give them?
Yeah. New York
Oh,
now. Yeah. And so after that happened, I was like, oh, I get it. Basically, the logic here is, like it or not, illegal immigrants, undocumented workers, they're here.
they're
No,
here.
they are here. They are going to drive because we live in a country that requires driving in most parts, 99% of the country, to go to work. So they're on the roads. There's no question about that. The only question is, are they, what are they going to, so are they going to be licensed, or are they going to be insured or not? They want to be licensed. They want to be insured. And and so it benefits society overall that they be brought into the system, regularized. Hell, like you said, they have to pass a driving test. They have to pass a written test. They have to know the basics, right? I mean, look, this is a very easy country to get a driver's license in. You don't have to be particularly good driver to get a license, but at least there's a standard. That's great. Commercial truck driving, Manila, is an entirely different thing. I mean, this isn't like someone, in the first case, this is about people, they already have a job, they're driving to their job. This is like where you're giving them the job, and they're and the driver's license is the job. And I have a commercial truck driver's license, so I know a little bit about it. I had a job. Well, here's how it started. I don't know if this is still true, but in order to become a yellow taxi driver here in New York City, when I did it in 1981, it was required to have a Class 4 commercial truck driver's license in order to be a caddy.
What?
I'm not.
Wait,
I don't
so
know
cabbies
why.
have this?
Well, they did. I don't know if they still do. They probably still do.
Oh.
But cabbies
Weird.
had, and I think the idea probably was that the driving test is really fucking hard. It's not both the written and the driving thing. So the idea was, we want the best possible people to be taxi drivers. And that, by the way, is the difference between a fucking licensed commercial taxi driver and a fucking Uber and Lyft schmuck, okay, who's using their own car to drive you around. That's the fucking difference. And that's why cabbies are better. But the point is, when I got that license, I can drive a city bus. I can drive a 16-wheeler. I can do those
18-wheeler?
18-wheeler. I should probably get the 2 extra wheels. The point is that, like, those, I mean, I don't know that I want people who are not American, doing that. It's fucking hard to drive a truck.
But if they pass the test, doesn't that legitimize them doing it?
Sure, but you're also taking jobs away from truckers, and truckers are having an increasingly hard time making a living. I mean, this used to be a great job.
A lot of people don't want to do it.
And it's gotten really fucked up. A lot of people, this is now I'm like playing the role of Robbie West, is his understudy, Ted Rall. It's like, the fact is, like, okay, if they want Americans to take these jobs, then they have to pay them like Americans. Okay, so I guarantee you, if you offer $200,000 a year for people to drive a truck, you're going to find people, and you'll be, oh, but that's too much. No, it's not. Just pay less money to Ukraine, right? I mean, it's like, you just basically, if you want good people to do a job, whether that's a school teacher, a registered nurse, a truck driver, asbestos removal, anything, podcast host, like, you have to fucking pay them. If you don't want to pay them well, you'll get schlumps like me, who barely know how to run the StreamYard. That's what's going to happen.
Or me. I'll tell you. So one of my friends is the president and spokesman of a trucking association. So I have some deep insight into this, and he tells me that literally, I mean, these, for the most part, especially the long haul drivers, these guys make well into the 6 figures. Granted, your job is traveling. You got to go cross country, right? Like your
family life is non-existent.
Family, yeah. Social, like, you get a dog, you hit the road, and you just kind of go, right? So, I mean, that's the rub, right? You're making 6 figures, But the rub is, like, you live on the road, and if you have a wife or kids, or if you're a mom, in some instances, like the proportion of women doing this is so like incredibly low, even though it's even friendlier now for women because
There
there's
are
so
couples
much.
who do this too.
Yeah, there are, but
They go
women
out on the road
in
together.
particular, women by themselves, it's like it's never been safer of a time, because I've talked to a woman trucker about this. I interviewed her, and she said, with all the technology on the trucks now, like, it makes it easier for a small woman, even like me. You can press a couple buttons and things offload for you. When you get to the dock, there's people that do that for you. When you get to your destination to delivery, there's people that come.
You don't need as much brawn.
You don't need the physical manpower. So she was advocating for more women to get involved. And she's like, you get to see the country. It's amazing. And she's like, I get to be on the phone with my girlfriends all day. As I'm driving, I'm just like, she's like, this is fine. And she's like, I get to see the world, and I'm making six figures. And I thought, wow, that's a cool way to look at it. So these people are qualified for the most part. So just because this one dude, Mr. Singh, I guess he failed his I don't know if I don't know the details exactly, if he failed his regular driver's license test like 10 times or something.
Ridiculous.
It was like a ridiculous amount, but anyway, he finally passed. Nonetheless, he was so-called qualified by the state of California, and then you can see the video of this. It's awful. There's video. Have you seen this crash, Ted?
No, I have not. I heard about it.
Oh my God. You need to see it. It's fucking awful. So there's a woman and her two elderly parents driving in a black minivan, and Mr. Singh's big rig truck is way ahead of them. He decides on the middle of a highway to bust a U in a fucking 18-wheeler and do like a 16-point turn on the highway. Block, right? And the people coming behind him, yeah, I know. The car coming behind him, I don't know at what rate of speed they were going that they couldn't see a 18-wheeler turning a U, but they came at such a rate of speed that they careened under the middle of the truck bed, under the box.
Oh my God. So decapitated, no doubt,
they just so this middle-aged woman and her two elderly parents and they careened right under the box truck, like the big full-size box.
All right, so this is obviously his fault, obviously.
It was obviously his fault, but this is like 99.9% of the time, that's not the case with truck drivers. 99% of the time, they're pretty decent. They're pretty good drivers, I would say, better than the average. Right. So better than the average Joe Schmo driving his F-150. Right.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So Fox News and, all their acolytes are using this as an excuse to repeal, I don't know, maybe turn into federal law to say that green card holders shouldn't have these licenses. And I don't
know. It seems to me like that should be here's another way to look at it. Do you think that if you were an illegal, undocumented worker in, name a country, Norway, Japan, Bolivia, do you think if you were a non-citizen that you'd be licensed to drive a truck or a bus, which is kind of the equivalent, in one of those countries?
But what if you're a green card holder? What if you're here? I don't think this Mr. Singh guy was an illegal immigrant.
That's not an issue.
Yeah, he's a green card holder. He's not an illegal.
I don't have a problem with that. If you have a green card,
but I don't know if
you should be allowed to work at anything, right?
I think there was something like he was either on his 2-year temporary or his 10-year, whatever. But he's not like, I don't know if he had his permanent green card or his temporary green card. Because there's 2 levels. I haven't looked into his immigration status, but he did not come here originally illegally. I don't know if he overstayed, or I don't know if that's part of the controversy, but they're using this as a means to say we're going to take away California's federal funding unless Gavin Newsom complies. But Gavin Newsom, by the way, we need to do this. Gavin and Kamala, both saying that they're eyeing POTUS 2028.
Yeah, that's just to keep themselves. That's just to keep themselves in the mix, right? I mean,
I don't know. We'll talk about this another day, but Gavin Newsom came on some podcast and said, like, he indicated that I knew it was coming, that he's like, I mean, I'll talk about it after midterm.
That's not telling any stories out of school, right? I mean, we absolutely, everyone knew he was running.
But the new talk is that Kamala Harris still doesn't believe the walloping she got in 24. She still blames Joe Biden and that she didn't have enough time and that's why she lost.
I think she had too much time. I think she might have won if she'd had less time. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Like, the less she talks, the more chance she was going to win.
Well, I told you about Hillary Clinton. Nobody understands it because I say it and they don't internalize it because it's so ridiculous. It shouldn't be true. But like, I had a friend who was high up in the Hillary campaign, and you know how like, oh, she didn't go to Michigan, and that's like she's criticized for that, right? Well, see, the reason she didn't go to it was smart for her not to go to Michigan. She would have done more poorly had she gone. She was the only candidate that's ever been studied in the history of tracking polls where when she would go to a county and they would do a county poll, usually if you go anywhere, any candidate, Democrat, Republican, they go to any district, Democrat or Republican, people appreciate that they came and their polls go up. Yeah. Hillary Clinton's would go down.
No.
Yeah. That's right. So
to know her is to hate her, Ted.
Precisely. Just like Kamala Harris.
So anyway, we'll keep an eye on
it's that. It's like, sometimes sometimes they say, oh, the personal connection is really important. Sometimes it is important in fucking it up.
Other times maybe it's less important, Ted, but this is us. We're about to get to know Governor Newsom. Well, I've known for a long time, but the rest of the country is about to know because now he's taken on the federal government. He's fighting the feds now. So he's obviously trying to stake his claim on the media circuit before 2026. So that way he can announce with a big wad of cash in his pocket, right, by 2026. So that's what we're witnessing. So I think personally, Gavin Newsom wants Sean Duffy. And by the way, thank you to the Rumble Room telling us the real world.
That's it. The real world.
The real world. The real world. Thank you. Thank you, nerd. Thank you, Sanchez.
So
thank you, Kraz. Thank you, Ray.
I mean, I should have my Gen X card revoked for missing that.
I know, right? I couldn't remember either. I was like, what is it called? Well, so that's why I personally think Gavin Newsom wants Sean Duffy to take this money away because then he gets to play the martyr governor on his way out.
You think?
And how he's going to fight fascism and he's going to fight the Trump administration and fight tooth and nail. So, he can show America how just and righteous he is. So I think personally he wants this the feds to take the budget away. So yeah.
Well, that could be. I mean, certainly, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to still say I have trouble with it because I mean, I just feel like truck driving is a noble job that should belong to Americans only.
I would like that too.
It's our job.
But my friend says that a lot of Americans just don't. They try. They go to colleges.
But lots of people did do it, and there's no question it's much harder to make a living now than it used to be. I mean, first of all, nobody can afford to buy their own truck anymore because they cost.
No, but that's not even the issue. That's not even the issue. They're trying to offer these young kids jobs. And the funny thing is, I told my friend, I said, hey, you should go to like the bursar's office or registrar's office and find out the names of the kids who dropped out of college. Get those kids. Forget the kids that are in school because those kids they're not going to want to do what's considered a blue collar job. I said, go make friendly with with university like registrar's offices and see if, you know, you can reach out to the kids that dropped out of school that haven't come back in 2 semesters or whatever. Those
Sure.
kids might be looking for a job and might be more open to taking a job like trucking.
Maybe.
So there you go. You want some Americans? Get a college dropout American kid, get them to work into a 6-figure job that's, you know, like a good, honest living. See the country. Why not?
Look, honestly, I could definitely think of worse jobs for sure. I mean,
oh, for sure.
You know,
the trucking is so much easier now than it was, like, let's say in the 80s, Ted. Everything,
well, that's
there's
when
so
I
much
learned.
technology. All the technology in the trucks, all the cameras on the trucks, you boop, push a button, and like you have like automatic loaders. Some of these trucks are so fancy. There's like a robot arm inside the truck box that can like move things forward to the exit. Like it just boop, press a button. Amazing. And then the inside of like where they sleep and whatever, the cabins are all luxurious now. It's like, wow, like this looks like an RV in here, like amazing. But you know, but then we're also talking about autonomous trucking coming, Ted. So what the fuck is Sean Duffy going to do then when nobody's driving and that truck makes an illegal U-turn like a Waymo car? It just careens off the road and kills everybody on, 95. What's going to happen then? No driver.
Right. No. Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. Okay. So sorry. It's so easy to get distracted. I miss Robbie. All right.
I know.
In tech news, Elon Musk has officially launched Grokipedia, an AI-powered online encyclopedia that's going to take on Wiki and reshape how we access information. Musk's AI firm xAI rolled out Grokipedia version 0.1 yesterday. At launch, it counted around 885,000 articles. Wikipedia has 7 million or more. Musk described the project as a massive improvement over Wikipedia, which he calls a necessary step toward the xAI goal of understanding the universe. Grokipedia looks a lot like Wikipedia, same type of search bar, encyclopedia feel, but the engine behind it is radically different. Articles are generated by Grok, which is their AI language model, rather than crowd-edited by volunteers. Musk accuses Wikipedia of being biased toward the left wing and called for defunding. Grokipedia is framed as the ideological counterweight. Early users and journalists found some pages appear near verbatim from Wiki, but others diverged sharply, highlighting conservative viewpoints, questioning mainstream narratives, and offering controversial takes. One entry on gay marriage was absent and replaced by a post about gay pornography linking it to the AIDS crisis. Another on trans topics used language considered derogatory. Critics say Grokipedia is already showcasing biases. Some believe it may replicate Wikipedia's issues, but with the opposite political stance. Musk's push raises major questions. Can AI-generated knowledge match the accuracy of and robustness of human-curated sources? And if the gatekeepers of knowledge shift, who ensures balance and truth? For now, Grokipedia sets the stage for a high-stakes clash in digital knowledge. One platform built on community consensus, the other one's on AI. What we'll all have to watch is whether the new encyclopedia becomes a true alternative or just another biased form in a sleek design. Well, Manila, did you look yourself up on Grokipedia? Because I did look myself up.
I have not. No.
Well, so here's what I have to say about that. So first of all, I took note of the fact that Nick Fuentes is described merely as a commentator, as an influencer, but I was described as a far left cartoonist. So that said, the format is different. Because of its nature, Wikipedia being edited by thousands of people, it's herky. The writing is herky jerky, right? It's like
less so now.
It's like this. I will say, if you want a biography of Ted Rall or anyone else, the Grokipedia version reads smoothly and like sort of like it tells a story.
Really?
That's it's much. I mean, I got to say, it's elegant.
So it's not clunky.
It reads better. I don't mean
Oh.
just the way it looks. I mean the flow of the language. It's much more naturalistic. You know, Wikipedia is more like he did this and that. He does this.
Right.
Then he did that. It's like this is more like after issuing his first novel, he turned his attention to poetry like that. You know, it's more
right.
And so it's written in a less retarded kind of way, ironically, because it's not written by a person. But definitely the biases, right? I'm like, if I'm far left, how is Nick Fuentes not far right? Just wondering.
Oh, I have not looked at it. First of all, I have a problem with the name. It's
Grokpedia?
Yeah, it's just a dumb name. Like, I know it's funny to use Grok as your AI name, but like, don't make a whole genre of it. Like, I don't know. I just Grokopedia, and I don't know. But,
well, yeah. I mean, he should have called it something else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you're trying to combat Wikipedia. I don't know. I don't know. There's WikiLeaks, there's Wiki Feet, there's Wiki whatever, but Grokopedia, I don't know. I haven't given Grokopedia much thought, and really it's only been out like maybe the beta has been out for several weeks and I don't know, but it's only been out publicly for 36 hours. So I haven't really given it much thought. Because I know that Wikipedia. So I had been approved many years ago, and somehow it went to my spam box. I didn't know that I was approved to be one of Wikipedia's editors many years ago, like 10, 11, 12 years ago. And I never knew it was there. And one day I came across the approval, but it was like 3, 4, 5 years later. But anyway, I have seen Wikipedia go from something that was very neutral in tone over through the 2010s, very neutral, and then once we got into, certainly by the time we got to the late 2010s, it started slanting towards a more progressive and lefty leaning Democrat, more that kind of, like everything else in media, it just kind of went that way. And then if you watch, there's a Tucker Carlson interview with I forget his name, Steve Ballmer, is that right? I don't know, the guy that invented Wikipedia, he was like the lead developer.
Isn't that Jimmy Wales?
No.
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, Tucker, I don't know, that's not who Tucker interviewed.
James Wales is that his
name? I don't know.
He's the Führer of that world. Yeah.
He's this guy was like the tech guy that did the whole.
Well, yeah. Okay. So that might be different. Okay.
Yeah. So this guy literally did made the software for it, and did, he was the actual brains behind it of how it works. And then he pulled the curtain back for Tucker and told Tucker that, yeah, it's basically become like liberal, like neoliberal garbage because of there's a whole board involved and how it's slanted and not fair. I don't know that Grok would do better. I don't know, given that it's,
well, apparently not, since I'm far left.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I mean, and by the way, I don't mind being called far left. I mean, it's not inaccurate. But it's like, if I'm far left, then it stands to reason that there are far right people who ought to be labeled accordingly, and they're not.
Yeah. So I don't know. I expect.
I mean, I'm proud of being far left. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, I'm not shocked, but I don't know why people are all up in arms about Elon. It's like you're telling me bees buzz. I know that. Why are you telling me, oh, Elon Musk, right slanted Grokopedia? Okay. His Grokopedia doesn't like trans, whatever. Yeah, Elon Musk has verbalized as much. So why are you surprised that his generative AI model thinks and talks like him?
Well, look, what's funny is I've always found Grok to be really good. I mean, it's my go-to AI. And
yeah, Grok is pretty good. I like Grok.
I like it. I mean, of course, I haven't tried like Claude. I have no idea if it's good or whatever. Could be great. But my point is,
kind of weak sauce.
Is
Gemini's
it?
kind of, yeah. They fixed a little bit of their social justice slant. Like if you were to ask it about ancient Rome and ask it for pictures or what have you, in like Gen 1 of Gemini, that's Google's product, it would tell you about Black Roman soldiers.
But wait, what? How's that possible?
Exactly. I know that. But Gemini was programmed originally with
to be woke?
To be woke and DEI. So it integrated that into historical things, including if you asked it about the Roman Empire and soldiers, it would tell you that it was a multi-ethnic whatever, and it would show you pictures of Black Roman soldiers. And you're
That's awesome and hilarious.
I don't think that's right, Gemini. And it's like, oh no, it's right. You're racist. Like, okay.
It's like, oh, we're right. Yeah.
Oh, we're right. You're wrong.
Yeah.
So Gemini now 2.0 is a little less woke. I haven't tried Perplexity. I know Rumble is offering like which you should check, Ted, by the way. We might have to do an ad because that's a new thing that Rumble is offering with Rumble Premium. Right. They're offering like a Perplexity, Rumble plus Perplexity for, I think, $20 a month for that AI. I heard that AI is.
I do, in fact, have some ads to choose.
I heard that was really good, Ted. I heard Perplexity was really good. I'd like to try that. I have a membership.
Okay, I have the ad for Perplexity. I'll read it right now. Here we go.
There you go.
All right, here we go. Bump, 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 bump. I already said accept and start. Cut the shit out. It's not letting me start it. Huh.
Press the. Yeah, you got to press the. See, this is why.
It's not working.
You gotta.
Oh, never mind. You're supposed to. What? You're supposed to
click something.
Oh, never mind. You're supposed to. Okay, that sucks. Sorry, that's stupid.
You have to select it and then.
You have to do the preloaded video or something. You have to add the video, and I don't know.
It has a video? We've never had a video.
I know, we would have a video. There's all these preloaded videos. I mean, okay, here, let's try I'm going to just do this. You're going to hear us do the show in real time here. All right. Perplexity. All right, let's upload this video. Let's see.
And you got to hit the button so it comes across the screen with their QR code.
Oh my God, it like wants what? I don't even know what it wants me to do. It's like really, really stupid. All right, let's see.
We need training from Robbie.
Oh my God, it's like this has never been the case before. It's like it wants all these videos.
We've never had a video ad before. That would be like a first for us.
No, even 1775 coffee. No.
They're offering videos now?
Yeah. All right, never mind. There's no ads. Keep going.
Okay, that's going to be too advanced for us, and I don't want to take the feeds down and everything by accident. But that's exactly to my point. Is Perplexity? I heard was a really good AI. I forget the Chinese one. I've had friends use the what's it called? I've had friends use the Chinese one and say that was amazing. That was like the highest rated one I've heard from my friends raving about anything was the Chinese. I forget the platform. It's available to us. DeepSeek. DeepSeek. I heard DeepSeek was people were raving about that. So Grok, I don't know. I mean, I'm very limited. I only have some experience with like 2 or 3 American made ones. I haven't ventured out. So I will try that, but yeah, I don't like, who cares? Like Elon, who cares? Why are people, again, bees buzz, flowers bloom in the spring. These are all things we know. Elon Musk hates trans. We know that. So like, why? I don't even understand why this is news, but yeah, Grok has its own pedia and it launched. I think that's the story.
Yeah.
All right.
And
How
I
about
will
this
say,
one?
like the writing, I hate to say this as a professional writer, but the writing is definitely better than Wikipedia. That I
Well,
can say. It
that's not
definitely also has a right-wing political bias, but it says it does. So
right.
that's not exactly a shock.
Yeah. So there you go. How about this one, Ted? This is a societal one. So fresh insight into how cultural context changes what motivates us, especially when it comes to money. A new study reveals that cash rewards hit differently depending on a society's values. Researchers led by Dr. Thomas Talhelm of the University of Chicago Booth School of Business recently published findings showing that monetary incentives are less effective in collectivist cultures than in individualistic ones. Their investigation began with a large 2018 experiment where nearly 10,000 participants were asked to press buttons for 10 minutes. Some were paid per press, others were nudged with social norm messages. US participants, just a few extra cents per 1,000 presses strongly boosted performance. But then the data was filtered by national culture, and then the pattern shifted. For example, Americans' performance dropped by 14% when the bonuses went to charity rather than to them personally, consistent with classical economic logic. In India, however, the drop was less than 1%, so almost nothing, meaning cash incentives versus charity incentives barely moved the needle in behavior. At the same time, nudges like telling participants how many presses other people had done actually boosted performance by 19% in the US, but by 26% in India. So those Indians, very, very competitive, Ted. Talhelm and his team argue that this isn't about income or currency value, even though value of money might actually rank higher in places like India or Mexico. The effect actually weakened. The explanation: relational mobility. It's in societies where relationships are dynamic and contracts are explicit, which is what common that we have in Western cultures. Money is a strong motivator. In contrast, societies with stable, intertwined social networks rely more on mutual obligation than explicit contracts. So social nudges matter more. Further experiments across India, Mexico, China, and South Africa upheld the trend. In the UK, money outperformed nudges by over 100%. I don't know how you outperform 100%, Ted, but that's what the article said. In China, the gap was only 20%. Strikingly, language mattered too. With India, participants given instructions in English responded more to the monetary incentive than those who were given instructions in Hindi, underscoring how cultural framing triggers different mental models of motivation. The implications are broad, from how companies design incentives globally to how development agencies evaluate aid programs. As the professor puts it, what's rational depends on the social environment. In other words, cash isn't always king. Sometimes it's community. So the next time you think about offering money, that you think that's the sure path to motivate and, path to success, in some cultures, a gentle nudge from the group may matter more than the almighty dollar. And the science now shows motivation isn't universal, it's cultural.
I think that's fascinating. It's not surprising, but it is fascinating. By the way, to answer your question about the 100%, it says that money outperforms nudges by over 100%, which means by more than twice as much, right? So,
wow, outperforming
like if something goes up 100%, it's doubled.
Oh, okay. So that's what they mean. Okay, so it just didn't calculate. Did not compute. So yeah, this is one of the weird things I have coming from a dual, what I consider dual culture, being that like East Asian culture behind closed doors at home and then Western culture as soon as I stepped out the door to go to school, right? Obviously, money is a motivator for me to some degree, but I walked away from money and probably what would have been a steady career in mainstream media because of my values. And I valued my morals and truth and what I felt was right more than money. Had I stayed on the money path, I'd probably be working with Gayle King right now at CBS. If I'd stayed put and shut the fuck up, I'd probably have $1 million contract right now in New York City, but again, I'm not purely motivated by money. If I was purely motivated by money, I would have married any number of rich men that I dated in Los Angeles, but I'm not motivated by money. So is that an Eastern thing? Is that a Manila thing? Is that but I would say my values stem from coming from both a collectivist cultural norm in my family where you think about the family, right? You think about your family, that every decision I make outside of the house can bring shame to my family. If I don't go to college, if I don't do this, if I don't do whatever, it's not just like, oh, Manila's going to end up, drunk and pregnant on the street. It's that you will bring great shame to your family and you will lose your future and you will have a dead end, whatever. I think I was motivated more by the cultural nudge, if you will, from my Eastern Asian upbringing. So rather than my materialistic a lot of my LA friends that are super hot, that are married to super rich old dudes, it's different.
Yeah. I got to say, I would, I think even here in the United States, I mean, this argument, of course, is like, well, you have different values around the world. And I believe that. But I think the United States is a country where even here we overstate exactly how much of a motivation money is. Look, if most people were motivated by money, we'd have business would probably be a more popular major than it is. And art history would be a less popular major than it is, right? I mean, people aren't really that motivated by money. I mean, most people, I think, just want enough money to be able to pay their bills and maybe save a little more. That's about it. I don't think most people, are really make the acquisition of money their primary motivation in life. There's no evidence to support that. I'm not saying it because I want it to be true. I just personally don't know. There just aren't many people who they live and dream making money. There are some, but that's not very many, really.
Well, we do have a glut of young attorneys out there, Ted, and not enough teachers.
Well, that's true. And I think, but also I'm the child of a teacher. I like teaching.
Me too.
And I like high school kids. I really like them. Not in that Jeffrey Epstein kind of way, but I love them. I think they're great.
Or not in a Mrs. Macron kind of way.
Not that kind of way either. But I like them. And I could seriously have seen what made me not go into teaching had nothing to do with the money. It was more like the conditions really suck. And on top of it, the money sucks. But it's primarily the conditions really suck. There's no support from the administration. You catch shit from the parents all the time. The administration always sides with the parents or their bratty kids over you. You get no respect in the community whatsoever. It's a pink collar ghetto, so it's a primarily female workplace, and whenever there's a workplace skews too far towards one sex, you have problems. And so my mom complained about it constantly. The work is hard. So it's kind of like the work. It's got a lot. I think it's like, if it's going to suck that bad, it better pay better. And so that's the problem. That's why they're having a hard time finding teachers.
Yeah. And then you have this glut of kids, that are trying to enter law school. Law schools have grown all over the country. I mean, I can't imagine that many people actually care about the law. It's just that they know they'll make money if they become a lawyer, and we're a sue happy country.
Yeah,
So,
especially because they're becoming corporate lawyers. It's not like they're crusading left-wing criminal defenders, right?
I know
Those
a young
care
woman.
about the law.
I know a young woman who just out of law school like a year or two ago. I mean, she's like she's a lowly associate at a corporate law firm here in the DC Metro, fresh out of law school, making over 200 grand.
Mm-hmm. Which she's going to need to pay back all that fucking student debt.
Oh, that too. But I mean, would I say a lot of her interest in that field was it monetarily driven? Probably, and then of course she's had to really knuckle down and keep her nose down to the grindstone to obtain this, and hats off to her for doing it. But if it wasn't a job, I mean, how many people are becoming what RFK we used to revere him for, right? RFK Jr., right? I mean, if he wasn't a Kennedy, would he have otherwise been a millionaire attorney suing Johnson & Johnson?
Right.
If his name wasn't Kennedy, if it wasn't Counselor Kennedy, right? Like, would that, because other people that are like environmental attorneys are making like, 60, 70 grand a year, and they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. So, I still say I think a lot of people in the West are driven more by money, as this data from Chicago Booth would show. But I don't, is it the driver of America? I don't know. I think it's a toss up. I think we are a very superficial culture. I wish we weren't.
By the way, Manila, Adrian 730 says, Manila, you could be working for Barry Weiss.
Oh, yay. If I had stuck around long enough, like I could be working for Barry right now. Yay. Like, amazing.
She's such an excellent person.
Awesome. Like, I bet she's going to be a gem of a boss, Ted.
She'll definitely be special.
No TV experience.
Ooh, Manila, my laptop is about to run out of power, so I should wrap this up very quickly.
No, but we have cat poo coffee. That's the main
all right, let's
okay, you got to read.
You've heard
go.
And I have so much to do. Anyway, you've heard of cold brew, nitro brew, and mushroom lattes. But how about a cup of coffee that's been pre-digested by a cat? Scientists have finally found out what makes Kopi Luwak, also known as cat poo coffee, taste so strangely irresistible, assuming you can get past how it's made. By the way, I've had it. Here's the setup.
Oh my God!
Somewhere in the lush hills of southern India, the Asian palm civet, it's like a raccoon that just raided a Starbucks, snacks on. It's actually more like a tree ferret. Is what it really is. But it's like, anyways, civet is its own thing. It's like, it is kind of stripy like a raccoon. It's like a coatimundi. Do you know about those in Central America? The coatimundi is like that too. Anyway, it snacks on ripe coffee cherries. It digests the fruity pulp, but the actual beans make a scenic detour through the animal's intestines and come out the other end. Farmers collect the little nuggets, give them a thorough wash, roast them, and sell the beans for hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars a pound. It says nothing says luxury like something that once lived inside the bowels of a cat, but it works. A new study from the Central University of Kerala put Kopi Luwak to the test in a lab, not a tasting room. Zoologist Dr. Paladi Alesh Sinu and his team compared beans pooped out by wild civets with ordinary Robusta beans. The secret ingredient? Chemistry. Civet coffee contains higher levels of two compounds, caprylic acid methyl ester and capric acid methyl ester. Capric and caprylic. right? Known for giving foods that creamy, buttery aroma. Think of melted dairy mixed with nutty undertones. Basically, the civet's digestive system is nature's smallest, weirdest coffee roaster. And no, caffeine levels don't change. The civet is just remixing the flavor. But there's a darker roast to this story. The premium price has driven a cruel side industry where civets are kept in cages and force-fed coffee cherries. Researchers hope that by decoding the chemistry of the brew, we could replicate the flavor without imprisoning the civets. So, yeah, Kopi Luwak might be smooth, complex, and chemically fascinating. But remember, your $100 cup of cappuccino owes its flavor to one animal's digestive tract and one scientist's curiosity. Science says it's delicious. Your conscience may say otherwise. So,
no. Yeah, why did you drink that? Why did you try?
I had this in Bali, and it's okay. So I should say I tried 3 different kinds, and they're not all the same. It's just like any kind of coffee. Some coffee is better than others, and so it depends on the brand. Maybe it depends on whether the civets were the civets are wild or whether they're in captivity. I bet the wild ones are better. That's like cashmere. You know how real cashmere sweaters are made, Manila?
Yeah. I mean, well, from like in far-flung places like in Mongolia, from
Pakistani cashmere. Okay,
well, but I read the Mongolian cashmere was like even finer and shaving the animal. But anyway, it comes from animal fur.
Yes, it comes from a goat. It comes from the Kashmiri goat, but it rubs up against a bush, and like it leaves, and the thorns pull the fur off, and then they harvest it. Real cashmere sweaters, the local boys climb up the hill and pluck the goat fur off the sharp needles. But like that's, of course, obviously that's not the vast majority. If you go to Banana Republic and get a cashmere,
can't really scale that.
That's not it, right? But if you get a $2,000 cashmere sweater, it's that. But like if you're paying $140 at Vince or whatever, that sweater is like harvested, where the fur is harvested from the animal. So similarly, the civet probably has like different quality levels. That said, I wasn't that impressed. I thought it was like pretty good coffee. I've had better. And I was like, I'm not going to become like, I'm a true coffee aficionado, but it was not going to make the difference for me.
I can't get over the brewing process. I can't. No, I can't do it, Ted. I can't. Nope. No, I'm not that adventurous of an eater or drinker. And I think I'm.
Yeah, they do have it in Vietnam too, Mr. A. Lee. That's correct.
Oh boy! So it's
I'm pretty sure they have it in Cambodia too. I would not be surprised if it's in Laos.
Well, I guess if civets are a thing in Southeast Asia, then yeah, I guess maybe. No, I'm not that adventurous.
I'm going to find out where do civets live?
Not for me, but okay. So look, then how can any local
widespread? Yeah, they're all
where in Southeast Asia?
They're widespread across even Spain, southern China, South and Southeast Asia, and Africa. So they're all over the place. Civets be everywhere.
Ooh.
Right now, there's probably a civet in your studio right now, Manila.
Who can afford to get this natural civet poop coffee?
Rich Westerners.
Yeah, and like what? Why?
Yeah, it's hundreds of dollars a pound.
It's fucking. I just don't know. It's not for me. I'm gonna hard pass.
Have you ever seen anyone prepare see someone like stuff a turkey or a chicken? It's gross.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that in a couple weeks.
Okay, so that's gross as shit.
No, but it's not. I'm not stuffing an alive turkey. Like it's a dead
what's the
turkey.
Difference? You're eating something.
And I'm gonna pull out the guts and.
Okay, but you're eating.
No, because this is the civet shitting out coffee beans.
You eat sausage. Sausage. What is sausage? Sausage is from intestines. What do intestines carry? shit. You're eating meat that's like basically
my
wrapped
mom
with a shit carrier.
My mom is an amazing real sausage maker. I have to buy her casings from time to time. That shit is all cleaned. The casing, the intestine bags we'll call it, have been cleaned thoroughly. Like, so I'm okay with that. If there's trace elements, like I get it, but I don't want to drink something that has come out the backside of some cat-like creature. No, thank you, and much less pay
so again,
$100 for it.
Your philophobia comes out. You would eat it if it came out of a dog's anus.
No, I don't want to eat anything. I don't want to imbibe anything that came out of an animal's butthole.
That's racist.
Won't do it. So you better figure out how to, maybe Ted, if you